John from Tantaga D.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment because I think that we have the Senate and the governor in favor of a budget. And I think that's the biggest responsibility we have right now is to pass a budget. If we adopt the delegate from MERCER's amendment, we're going to be right back where we were before. We're going to send the Senate back a budget and taxes that we were for, but not in this bill. And I've read what's in the Senate bill, and I'm prepared to vote for that, even though it might not be the popular thing to do. They want to raise the sales tax to 6.5%. They want to tax the telecommunications. They want coal. Then they want to be put on the income tax reduction. And Mr. Speaker, even though I don't agree with a lot of this stuff, it wouldn't be my preference, I do believe that we have 2/3 of the people necessary to pass a budget, and we're one that's holding out. Now, if we adopt this amendment, we'll be sending back to the Senate the same thing we've already sent to them, which they've refused to accept. What makes you think that they'll be more apt to accept if we send it back to them again? We'll wind up, in my view, in the same place we were without a budget. I'm going to object to this amendment because I think we'll only be repeating ourselves and digging our hole even deeper. And I hope I'm right, and I think I am, and I'm going to object to this amendment because I think it only makes us go in circles. Thank you.
Further members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment before I recognize any of the sponsors who wish to close. Gentleman from the 55th, Delegate SPONAUGLE.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On May 19th, the 7th day of the special session, this body passed this out 74-17. This was the biggest bipartisan act in this House in quite some time to raise revenue. The revenue, it was tweaked somewhat, that bill that passed out 74-17, but it's pretty much the same bill that was over in conference. The contractors were out. The revenue associated in the conference report is basically the equivalent of what the governor introduced yesterday of his 5-5-5-5 plan. The plan that he introduced, the bill, at 6 o'clock in the evening, I can assure you that hardly any of those senators across the aisle have read it. They don't know what the triggers are, but from the information that I have had an opportunity to gather, it blows our budget to pieces on the out years coming up. They can't tell you what the triggers are, but yet here we are. They pass a bill out they just saw at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, take it up for immediate consideration at 8:30, send it over here, and now we're on second reading on the same bill that's been in the system less than 24 hours. At some point in time, we've got to stop the shifting sands beneath our feet and stay firm with a steady plan. We know what this plan is. You start getting into the personal income tax information, it all changes. And it changes just like that. It's just like, boom, another plan, boom, another plan, boom, another plan. And we don't even know what we're voting on. But we got 2 weeks before the state shuts down, and if we don't have a budget out of here by Monday, there aren't going to be paychecks. I can also assure this body that if this thing goes to third reading with the way the Senate came over, it's dead. There aren't votes in here to pass what the Senate put out. So if you don't believe me, then vote this down and just watch what happens on third reading. That's why people are pushing it. So if you want revenue to help with the budget, this is your opportunity. It's a bipartisan bill. It's not perfect. I don't like it. I'd like to have more revenue in it. I'm sure the other side would like additional cuts, but it is a compromise. And it is a chance to get revenue in our budget. And if the amendment goes through and there won't be amendments to the amendments, as the Speaker has said, he'll probably allow these to work off of it, but this is what we've got to do to proceed. And I just don't understand the Senate says jump, and over here we say how high. That doesn't work. And we likewise have bipartisanship and buy-in from our members. You had 70% of the body here earlier this week vote on this, but for the exception of 7 or 8 senators across the hallway, they're trying to shut the state down. They're trying to bully this personal income tax through here that many of us have great concerns about, because we believe it blows huge holes in our state budget going forward. And we're not going to accept that. If they want to shut the state down over it, then go for it. But this is our bipartisan effort to try to do something responsible and reasonable to try to bring this budget crisis to an end. So I'd urge passage.
John from 27th Target Shot, who's also, to close, who's also a sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not going to repeat what my friend said. I concur with nearly everything he said, except the fact that I would probably want more revenue. But I really want to stress the importance of the message that we send with this. Not only is it important that we act in a bipartisan fashion like we did before, and let me say this, I was particularly pleased that as a result of what happened yesterday in the governor's conference room, that we left en masse, both Republicans and Democrats, in response to that dishonorable display of bullying. So I don't think there's any other way to put it. We're going to send a couple of messages with this, and keep in mind we're really making a choice between two not perfect choices, but one much less perfect than the other. The Senate bill, if you get down into the weeds, is first of all, obviously the result of the type of tactics that were employed, but also not nearly as attractive as it has been portrayed. It basically provides a one-time bribe to certain taxpayers that expire in exchange for a fairly massive tax cut or tax increase, all to disguise a tax cut that's not going to do anything to accomplish the purposes that the Senate initially said were their aims in proposing this tax cut. So it's basically a failed effort, but only intended to force us to do something we don't want to do because of the time crunch we're under. It's a rejection of the type of tactics that we will be reinforcing if we agree to pass the Senate bill, but it also provides some additional revenue to fill some of the areas we need to fill and minimize the cuts that we have to make, and certainly neutralizes any argument that was made yesterday in front of some of these folks that we are responsible for drastic budget cuts. So between the two, between the Senate bill and the bill that we passed, which by the way the conference committee did result in, from negotiations with the Senate, good faith negotiations to address some of their concerns, and some non-substantive changes were made to address those concerns, and it resulted in 7 out of the 10 members approving it, certainly representing a major bipartisan agreement. So I think this is a much better alternative. It doesn't delay anything. It will basically provide an immediate response to the Senate's revenue bill and provide additional ways to minimize the cuts that were in the original budget, which they have and are sitting on, by the way, waiting to see what we'll do. So we'll give them an immediate response, and hopefully they'll take appropriate and responsible action to it. So I urge adoption of this strike and insert amendment.
Question before the House is the adoption of the strike and insert amendment. All those in favor of adoption will say aye. Aye. Roll call has been demanded. Is demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the adoption of the strike and insert amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 64 ayes, 24 nays, 12 members absent, not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the amendment adopted. Are there amendments to the amendment?
Read all their names.
Delegates Hartman, Eisner,
Lewis, Seipolt, Lynch, Hamilton. Move to amend the amendment.
What I'm going to suggest for just a moment, I assume that some of the amendments that were offered would have been to the original bill. Are all the amendments that are in the system now to this strike and insert amendment, or may need to be conformed to that?
Isn't that on direct use stream?
Yes,
Yeah, that's the application's not even.
Sorry, clerk may report the, I believe the ones in the system are in fact to the strike and insert. Clerk will, question for the House is the amendment as indicated on the board, Hartman 6-16 number 1. From 43rd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment because transportation is not in the strike and insert that we just approved.
Gentleman from 43rd asks unanimous consent that the amendment be withdrawn. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Amendment is withdrawn. Are there further amendments to the amendment?
Delegate Pushkin moves to amend the amendment. This is HFA Pushkin 6-16 number 2.
Gentleman from 37th asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from 37.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would first ask that the body keep an open mind to this, okay? We passed because we are in a state of emergency, and that's what that buzzer going off is. What this does is it raises the sales tax without lowering the personal income tax. We passed a budget out of here. We were told it is really based on imaginary numbers. It doesn't quite add up, and it relied on much deeper cuts to WVU, deeper cuts to Marshall. Now, keep an open mind. If we're able to pass this amendment to the amendment, slightly raise the sales tax, we're not going to have to make those tough decisions. We're not going to have to cut the one pathway that our state has to a brighter future, and that's allowing for more of our students to make college affordable. And quite frankly, I think that the budget we passed, if it doesn't add up, it's got more of a chance of not being signed. If we pass this amendment, we're going to be able to plug the holes there. And I think we have a good chance of having a budget that it'll add up. We're not going to have to pick which of the most vulnerable members of society we're going to hurt in order to get this thing done. We're not going to have to make the deep cuts to the DHHR. We're not going to have to make the cuts to Medicaid that we may or may not be able to backfill at a later date. And we're not going to have to hurt WVU and Marshall. So I would reserve the right to close the debate on this. Just as we're talking about it, keep an open mind to it. What this does is, it is the more simple plan that you've been hearing about. It's not robbing Peter to pay Paul. Okay, we're not lowering it over here to raise it over here. It's doing what everybody in here knows we have to do. It's creating a little bit more revenue so we're able to plug the holes. It slightly raises the sales tax. And one other thing it does, it also has a reverse trigger in there that once it works, the sales tax would drop back down from 6.5 to 6.25. So I would encourage, if it's up on the automated system, I would encourage you to read it. It's not very long, and keep an open mind to it before you immediately dismiss voting to raise any tax at all. Now, the people of West Virginia know that we got to do something. We are in a hole. I've said before, you don't get out of a hole until you put down the shovel and stop digging. This might start filling in the hole. So keep an open mind before you vote on this.
Other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the gentleman's amendment? The lady from the 51st, Doug Fleischauer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I strongly urge passage of the gentleman's amendment. In part to help higher education, but also because I feel so concerned about cuts this year or in future years to our various DHHR programs. Most of what is covered in DHHR is care for the elderly. That is the biggest part of the Medicaid budget. And unless we have more revenue, our ability to take care of the older members of our family is going to be threatened. Our ability to help out the families of children with autism is going to be threatened. We've heard a lot of talk about waste and fraud and eliminating that. But with the huge tax cuts that we passed in the past, several $100 million worth of cuts, I think all the fat has to have been eliminated by this time. And unfortunately, the growth that was promised did not occur. So I very much support a financial plan that does not reduce our dependence on the income tax from 46 to 36, but we still need more revenue. I really meant what I said before about the public being taken out of higher education, our public universities, and that's true for all of them, not just WVU and Marshall. The percentage is going down and down and down and down. And they were founded as public universities. But what really scares me are cuts to DHHR, because those are cuts that are really, really going to harm people. And they are grandparents, they are people with mental disabilities. And maybe some of you might be laughing that, oh, we have to live within our means. Well, those people are doing their best, hanging on by their fingernails. It is very, very hard to have a disabled person in your family. And we take responsibility as a state and as a country for the least of us. That's part of our religious tradition. So I really think the responsible thing to do is adopt the gentleman's amendment.
John from the 3rd, 5th Delegate Nelson.
Got awful quiet. I'm going to have to stand in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. Gosh, I hear you about the revenue and the out years and other expenses, but we're late in the game. And if this goes through, it's going to require our friends, if you're looking, our friends in the Senate chamber to pass this. And I do not believe that if this had a 6.5 without the other reliefs that they had proposed, it will not get passage in the Senate. For that very reason, I stand in opposition of the gentleman's amendment.
John from 28th Delegate O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must also oppose the gentleman's amendment that I know is very well intentioned. Everyone would like to see the ability to put additional funds in. The problem is putting the additional funds in there are at the cost of other people who would have to pay additional funds. And I think it's worth mentioning that through the years, going back at least a decade or further, leadership of this body went to great lengths to put a program, a policy in place that was going to reduce our sales tax rate to make us competitive with the states around us. And there are a number of members here in both the majority and the minority party that thought that it was a very good policy decision to reduce our sales tax rate to bring us in alignment with the states around us to make us more competitive, understanding the unbelievable side benefits that not just in the sales tax rate, but you know, the things that people purchase when they cross borders, not just the benefit to the consumer, but also to the treasury of our state, and even you know, other tax revenues that are generated from crossing the border, whether it be gasoline tax, whether it be lottery tax, whether it be tobacco, all those things. So when we raise our sales tax and run the risk of making us non-competitive with the surrounding states, it's anti-business, and it really would be reversing a policy that has been a long-standing policy of this body, Republican and Democrat, for a number of years, to reduce our sales tax rate to make us competitive and in line with our surrounding states. And for that reason, I would urge rejection of the gentleman's amendment.
Recognize gentleman 37, Doug Pushkin to close.
That soon?
Pretty soon.
Well, yeah, I respect the opinion of the finance chair, and that's why I made this amendment, really to make your job quite easier. It's a lot easier to do the math when we got something more on this side of the ledger. I will say, if we were so concerned about what the Senate would accept or not accept, that might have changed our vote on the budget that they still haven't accepted of ours. And maybe we wouldn't have taken the revenue bill that they sent over and did a strike and insert to completely put our revenue measure into it. I think if we show strong support for this and send it over there, there's a good amount of them that know the realities that this state is facing right now, and they're going to make the tough decision to actually adopt this revenue measure so we're able to fund our state budget, and a budget that the governor will sign, a budget that's not going to hurt people, a budget that's going to make our decisions and your decisions in the future a heck of a lot easier. A budget that doesn't blow a hole in the budget in a couple years. A budget where we're not back here next year in an election year trying to make even tougher decisions because people are more concerned about whether they're going to get reelected or not. I can tell you right now, I don't think anybody's going to hate us for doing this. I don't think anybody's going to lose their jobs for doing this. I think the people of this state, you know, let's treat them like adults, okay? Like people who understand the situation. We have to do this. We are in a hole. And as far as being competitive with other states, well, you know, I don't live in a border county, but I do live here in Charleston. Okay, and we have a 1% higher sales tax right now. Most people don't notice it. So if I go to McDonald's in the morning to get a coffee, and I see that it's $1.07 instead of $1.06, no, I do not throw the car into reverse and drive to the next nearest McDonald's on the outside of town. It's 6.5. It's not going to be felt that much, and it's going to do enough to get us there. So keep an open mind before you press that. Before you say aye, but say aye. And let's get this thing done. We can pass a reasonable budget. We can pass a budget that doesn't hurt people. We can pass a budget that doesn't kick the can down the road. Let's do it.
Roll call's been demanded. Is demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the gentleman's amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 29 ayes, 60 nays, 11 members absent not voting. Less than a majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the amendment rejected. Are there further amendments? Bill be advanced. Then we are. Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Clerk, read the bill for the third time.
Senate Bill 1017.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 35th wish to explain the bill. think it's been
I think
generally
I think
explained.
it's been fully explained, and I just urge passage, and it will get us back to our 4.28-ish budget.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 67 ayes, 22 nays, 11 members absent not voting, and a majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 1017.
Are there amendments to the title?
Yeah.
Yes.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegates SPONAUGLE, Nelson, and Schott moved to amend the title.
Question for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be made effective from passage.
The gentleman from the 58th moves the bill be made effective from passage. All in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 76 ayes, 13 nays, 11 members absent not voting. 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Resolutions, petitions, motions, bills introduced, unfinished business.
Bills on third.
Bills on third reading.
Senate Bill 1006, increasing funding for state road fund. Okay.
To the members, this bill was advanced to third with amendments pending. Are there amendments?
Committee on Finance moves to amend the bill. This is H. Fin AM.
John from 35th, Doug Nelson, asked unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. John from 35th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, what Senate Bill 1006 is our road bill, and it, I'll just briefly touch on a few things and then explain the amendment. This bill increases DMV fees, increases the privilege tax, and then will increase the floor on our variable tax component of gas. What the committee amendment did, there was a fixed component of our gas tax that was proposed to raise or be increased by 1.5 cents. The committee amendment took that increase on the fixed tax out. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. Others desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? If not, all in favor of the adoption of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments?
Delegate Gearhart moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Gearhart AM 6-14, number 1.
Gentleman from 27th, Delegate Gearhart, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair is none. Gentleman from 27th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I have 2 amendments in the system. This is the first one. I'm not going to make a lot of comments on the amendment initially. I'll save most of those for closing. However, I am going to make 2 brief comments prior to explaining the amendment. The first comment is simply the idea that more taxes or more money equals better roads. I think that as we consider this, one need look no further than our education system here in the state of West Virginia to realize that more money doesn't always equal better. And if it did, we would not in education be in the top 20 in per student funding and dead last when it comes to student performance. My second thought with regard to this amendment prior to its explanation is sort of in response in advance to what I think you will probably hear from Delegate Nelson after I sit down in his as he advocates his tax increase, and that is that the decline in the tax rate that is represented by my amendment has resulted in $100 million or so less for roads as the price of gas has declined over the last little bit. And I'm going to tell you it's true that if gas prices stayed high, that the variable tax on gas would be higher, and in a static equation, we would have less money taken in. My comment on that is simply one word, 2-letter word, and that's the word we. Who is we, and where did that $100 million go? That I'll also save for my closing. Ladies and gentlemen, the amendment here is very simple, but if you're not familiar with how we tax gas in West Virginia, on the surface of it, it could seem somewhat complicated. We have a fixed tax on gas. That was just addressed in the amendment offered by Delegate Nelson that we passed, and we are leaving that fixed tax rate the same. We also have a variable component on tax, and the bill that we have in front of us does not change the tax rate on that variable component. What it does is change the floor from which that tax is assessed. Currently, that floor is at $3.34 on the wholesale gallon, and we are moving that floor up to $3.04 on the wholesale gallon. In other words, no matter the price of gas, up to $3.04, you will pay a tax at $3.04. If gas is $1 a gallon at the wholesale rate, you will pay tax on gas at $3.04. If it's at $2 a gallon, you will pay tax on gas at $3.04. And if it is $2.50 a gallon, you will pay tax on that gas at $3.04. However, if the price of gas should go up to $3.50 a gallon, now you will pay tax on that gas at the $3.50 rate. It's a little overly simplistic because this is based on an average, and that average is figured quarterly, and all of it gets to be a tad bit more complicated than that simplistic explanation, but I think in essence that probably provides you what you need to know. The system we have with regard to taxing gas was devised to send more money to the government when the price of gas went higher. And it was designed so that when the price of gas went down, that people would have more money in their pocket, thus leaving sort of a revenue equal circumstance. When prices go up, people buy less. When prices go down, people buy more. The perspective on that simply was to have an equal amount of revenue going to the Department of Transportation. Let's face it, folks, when we set this floor, it basically establishes what most of it already know, and that's that the government's greedy. The price is down, and when the price is down, the government gets less. Thus, we want to set the floor a little higher so that the consumer doesn't get the advantage of the system that we designed to simply send a equivalent amount, send an equivalent amount to the government. In other words, or in the words maybe of President Trump, we're rigging the game. The amendment simply leaves the floor at the current variable rate. Now, I think it's important to note that there are some other taxes in this bill. We have some additional fees with regard to the DMV. This amendment does not touch those fees. We have some additional taxes here with regard to the sales of automobile. This does not touch that additional tax rate. This simply keeps the tax on gas in a commodity where we are extremely uncompetitive at the current rate. Why? I'll save that for later. Mr. Speaker, I will request the yeas and nays at the appropriate time and do request the right to close. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Gentleman from 35th, Doug Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition of the gentleman's amendment. A little bit of background. We're one of, I think, almost 30 states that have a two-tax component as it relates to motor fuel, a variable and a fixed. The variable in the state of West Virginia has been in place since 1983. What is the variable component? It basically looks at the wholesale price of gas, and 5% of that, a 5% rate against the variable component is what the tax is. The last 3 years, because the variable price, or the wholesale price of gas has been below $2.34 a year, we've seen drops in each of the last 3 years, and as the gentleman mentioned, it has been a loss of road revenue for maintenance of $100 million. That 3.5 cents equates to $45 million a year. Our road budget has roughly been unchanged for the last 10 years at $1.1 billion. And what is the one thing that we all hear in our backyards? Fix the roads. These monies right now would go into effect 7/1/17, and as part of this whole bill would provide dollars to begin fixing our roads immediately. If one were to ask, right now our wholesale price of gas is at $1.61. The total package here, again, is $122 million. 40 with the DMV fees, roughly 40 with the privilege tax, and then 45 with this increase in the variable component. We are not changing our fixed component. It's just raising up the floor on our variable component. These are dollars critical to current maintenance, and they will be critical to the bond and the road construction, job creation, improving our infrastructure. This is a prudent move, and I urge rejection of the gentleman's amendment.
Gentleman from the 21st, Doug Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman from the 27th yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Yes, sir.
If your amendment does not pass, approximately how much will be added to the gallon of gas for consumers?
Well, how much is added to a gallon of gas, I guess, is up to the specific retailer. However, the cost to the retailer will increase 3.5 cents. So logic would dictate that it would go up at least 3.5 cents or more.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
John from 12th, Doug Westfall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to my good friends, as I did in Finance Committee. We're talking 3.5 cents. We've lost a penny in the last 3 years, as Chairman Nelson said, this will recover about $44 million. At 3.5 cents is somewhere between 50 cents to 75 cents to $1 every fill up. I know West Virginia is struggling, but I also know they want their roads fixed. We get more calls about roads, or I do, more calls about roads than anything else. I mean, come look at my road. I go look at the road and I say it's in bad shape. I have to agree with you. I'm not going to tell you it's not, but we're limited what we can do. This will help start fixing roads July 1st. So I think the people of West Virginia are willing to spend 50 cents, depending on the size of the car you have, 50 cents every fill up, $1 every fill up, to patch the holes, to fix the roads. So I urge rejection, my good friends. Thank you.
Further members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment before I recognize the gentleman from 27th to close. John from 27th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, I mentioned how this gas tax proposal is part of a rigged game. And I think it's rigged because we've arranged a system where tax revenue for roads and those that travel on the road get a fair shake, and we have somewhat of a level circumstance going to the Division of Highways based upon this sliding scale where the tax is based upon the price. The problem with that is that the government, and in this case specifically the governor, have a bully pulpit. As soon as the deal offers value to West Virginians, we change the deal. We rigged the game. Earlier I mentioned how Delegate Nelson mentioned that we would have more money for roads. And the question is, who is we? And we is the people that we were elected to represent. We is the electorate that have sent $1.2 billion year in and year out to the Division of Highways. We are the people that have seen scandal, federal investigation, and now in excess of a $400 million lawsuit over our inability to handle the simple purchase of a commodity, asphalt, that's required for roads. All this, and we say we simply need to pay more money at the pump for a simple commodity. The governor wants more tourism. He's proposed massive spending to advertise and attract people to our state. I wonder how many will come. A whole bunch, I hope. I wonder, though, how many will find that the price of fuel to be the tipping point, along with increased sales tax, the hotel motel tax, prepared food tax, tobacco tax, local sales tax, and others that make us less competitive and attractive. Only one of these is extremely evident. It doesn't have to say tax, it simply shows it, and by the way, I'm a sign manufacturer in case you all didn't know that. It shows it in 6-foot red LED letters, 100 feet high in the air, the price of gas. Now let's be sure that to let everybody know that there are other things that affect the price of gas. There are market forces. I obviously believe in those, and they affect the price. And prices do vary state to state, locality to locality. But on a raw tax basis, we are already uncompetitive. And the addition to the fixed costs associated directly with the price will make us even more uncompetitive. Recently, at the border close to where I live, on the Virginia border in Bluefield, just beyond the East River Mountain Tunnel, 5 miles into Virginia, we've had groundbreaking on a brand new Love's truck stop. It's located at an exit in Bastion, Virginia. Bastion, Virginia is a very rural county. They don't have very good access to water. They don't have a great sewage system. And the location that they have has been unsuccessful in the past and is further from the highway than a similar location at Exit 1 on I-77 in Bluefield. That location has had water and sewer run publicly specifically in an attempt to develop that location. It's much, much closer to the highway. It has a population base that can in fact support what it does. Bland County, Virginia has less a population in the entire county than the city of Bluefield. Why in fact do you think that a major supplier of fuel would locate at a worse location? Y'all have to tell me why. I think I have a pretty good idea. I don't want to belabor these items also, but it also should be noted that when one purchases gas, they often buy cigarettes, beer, soft drinks, lottery tickets. And the higher that this goes, the more attractive it will be for people to go to other states to buy their fuel, as well as the other items that we, in fact, just in the last session, have decided we needed to tax higher because we had a different budget to balance. We, as Delegate Nelson has said, may have more money for roads. And as I said earlier, and as I illustrated with our education system, that may or may not mean better roads. One thing, though, that is certain is that this tax will mean West Virginians have less money in their pocket, and West Virginia entrepreneurs will be less competitive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge adoption of the amendment.
I believe the roll call was demanded. Demand sustained. Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the gentleman's amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 31 ayes, 58 nays, 11 members absent not voting. Less than a majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the amendment rejected. Are there further amendments?
Delegate Gearhart moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Gearhart AM 6-14, number 2.
Gentleman from the 27th now sent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair is no. Gentleman from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I am on a very, very long losing streak, going back to the end of the regular session. I have great hopes that maybe this will have fare a little better than the last amendment. This amendment is very simple. Originally, when the governor proposed this bill, it was sold as a funding source for the bond referendum. We placed the bond referendum before the governor and gave him the opportunity to place that on the ballot so that he could, in fact, bond out dollars for road work. Now, while he has failed to place it on the ballot for consideration, we are still here considering the funding source. Now, some say that his failure to place it on the ballot is because he believes maybe that West Virginians will vote as if they feel like they've been taxed enough and will not favor the referendum. However, passage of this bill without my amendment denies the voters of West Virginia the right and ability to choose if they want more money committed to roads or if they feel like they are taxed enough. In this instance, and in this instance only, we have a direct democracy. The voters get the opportunity to choose. Why in the world would we step in the way of this direct will of the people that we represent, since they will be given that opportunity once the governor places that on the ballot? As such, I would ask specifically that you give consideration to this and the people of West Virginia so that they may in fact vote as to whether or not they want a tax increase, as opposed to the 100 of us beating it around in here, whether we want taxes up, down, or otherwise, that will last for months and months and months and months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would again request the right to close and would request the yeas and nays.
Other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment. Gentleman from 35th, Delegate Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to once again rise to ask for rejection of the gentleman's amendment. I think the biggest thing here is the potential time delay. If this particular component were tied to the passage of the bond, then that's that much less money going to maintenance right now. During the season, when we can get a lot of activity done. Let's talk about that bond issuance. We passed, I guess it was a concurrent resolution allowing for a bond passage during session, which it requires the governor to call for that bond issuance. He's yet to do that, even though this is his big road package job creator. But once he does that, 90 days later, or within, I guess it's after 90 days, a minimum of 90 days, a vote can go of the people for the bond. Then it takes another, as we heard up in Finance Committee from bond counsel and rating agency people, it takes another 90 days at least to get that bond ready. So that's a full 6 months. That would put us into the February time frame before really our bond could be issued. That's a lot of time as it relates to money that could be put to road maintenance right now. We also have the possibility of the failure of that bond. With the gentleman's amendment, then that would be that much fewer dollars as it relates to road maintenance. This bill, in its total capacity right now, is one of the main drivers of the governor's revenue estimate increase. If we don't reject this amendment, there's great possibility that that revenue estimate from the governor would go down. But at the end of the day, what are our roads? It's about the infrastructure that is needed for our business and economic development. And the gentleman mentioned tourism. Well, the one thing that those that enjoy tourism and we want to attract to our state, they sure as heck want a nice road to travel on to go to the river or the mountains. And again, this is a component that puts necessary dollars into our road construction right now, and we can get things moving effective 7/1 of this year. I urge rejection of the gentleman's amendment.
Gentleman from the 63rd, Doug Polk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Believe it or not, by the time this bill passes, if it passes in its current form, we're pretty much past the season for road construction, road repairs for the most part, especially when you consider additional, because some of these projects have to be contracted out, and that takes a period of time. By the time they get contracted out, we're deep into the fall. I think this is a very reasonable amendment. The whole premise of this bill is to allow us to do bonding. And bonding requires the constitutional amendment that this body passed and the governor has on his desk. He could have made the call already. And once this passes, and maybe that's what he's waiting for, once this passes, he can make that call and have the vote before October or around October. And then by the time you get into the period of the bonds that the chairman referred to and then bidding out the projects, you're right at the heart of starting the construction season. But the biggest thing that I find very troubling in what the chairman just said was, the heck with what the voters say. The heck with what the voters say. We're going to do what we want, tax and spend. This amendment puts it right in the hands of the voters. And I have no problem with that. I hope you support this amendment, because I do.
John from 12th, Doug at Westfall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise again, opposition, my good friend from Mercer County's amendment. This is my third session here, fifth year. This is really the first roads bill we've done in 5 years. Our roads paving cycle, as once upon a time was on a 15-year cycle, now we're told in finance it's up to a 30-year cycle. So that means one more time in my lifetime and one more time, 2 times maybe my oldest daughter's lifetime, they'll see the roads paved. With this amendment, if it's, I don't think we should tie this to the bond sale. We should do this for the people of West Virginia, for the roads. We need this now. We don't, I believe the people of West Virginia will pass the bond. I hope they do. But if they don't, we can still fix roads. We need it now. We don't need it a year and a half from now, 2 years from now. We need to start paving roads now. So I urge rejection of his amendment.
Lady from 35th, Elliott Lane.
Well, as you might expect, I am opposed to this amendment because you all have been hearing me talk since February. Let's fix our roads. Well, now we're getting the chance to do it. And our vote today, when we pass this bill, will make me very happy. And, you know, we were elected to make hard decisions. We were elected to do things for the good of the state. And we have roads that are falling apart, bridges that are falling apart. The people who voted for us trust us to make those hard decisions. We don't need to put this to a vote to the people. We need to pass this bill now, reject this amendment, get money to the state roads so that we can immediately put people to work, fix our potholes. You know, I live 2 miles from this Capitol. Takes me less than 10 minutes to get here every morning, but I can't tell you how many potholes on McCorkle Avenue and West Washington Street I have to dodge because the roads are falling apart. And I know that if that's how bad things are in that 2-mile stretch that I have to get here to the Capitol every day, how much worse it is throughout the rest of the state. And we all ran on jobs. Well, folks, this is the biggest jobs bill that we have before us. So let's reject this amendment, and then let's get on with voting for this bill, and then we can fix our roads, fix our bridges, and put people to work. Thank you.
The gentleman from 26, Doug Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't speak a lot of times, but I do want to chime in on this one. With all due respect to my friend from the 27th, I have to also urge rejection. I represent McDowell County. Our roads are in deplorable conditions. We have roads where the guardrails literally hang in the air because the roads have fallen away from them. We have school buses that go to Riverview High School every day. I just shudder to think what could happen because of the condition of those roads down in that area. McDowell County has a little nickname. They call it the patch because all we do is patch the roads. We never fix them. We never pave them. We need the Coalfield Expressway. We need other roads fixed. We need bridges fixed. This bill is huge. It'll put people to work, hopefully some in my area. It will also complete a road that will open southern West Virginia. I urge passage, or I urge rejection of the gentleman's bill. Sorry, Mark.
Gentleman from 20, Doug Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also encourage rejection of the amendment. I don't see any possible way we're going to build the King Coal Highway and the back roads of southern West Virginia, Mingo, McDowell, Mercer County, if we don't take the bold action that we have in this bill. But kicking the can down the road with an amendment like this and providing uncertainty to the roads, to the people in our state about the roads being fixed and being built is not what we're here to do. This amendment is, in my opinion, something that will just kick the can down the road. The two things I heard about was jobs and roads, and the people want roads right there with jobs. And they work hand in hand. So if we're going to help our people and do what's right for this state, let's vote for some roads. Let's don't delay the inevitable. We got a chance to defeat the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from 27th, Doug Schott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my friend and colleague from the 27th yield for a couple questions?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
I'm in the chamber.
Thank you. I want to clarify the effect of your amendment. As I understand your amendment, it only pertains to the one component that deals with the fuel tax. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
So if your amendment is adopted and the bill with your amendment as adopted is passed, then the government will have essentially the two components.
Two components are still there. That is correct.
So,
the DMV fees and the differential in the sales tax on automobiles.
So initially, the $80 million will be readily available. The roughly $40 million that this fuel component is predicted to create will have to wait until after the bond is passed and then be available. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
Other members desiring to speak before I recognize the gentleman from 27th to close.
Mr. Speaker.
No, gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to urge rejection of the amendment. There is, when the gas tax started, it was some 8 cents, and we have taken some steps to reduce the gas tax. We got it down now to what's before you is 3.5 cents. We eliminated the flat tax provisions, and what we have left in place is the variable rate, but it's down to about 3.5 cents. That's what's before you now. This would actually move that behind the bond, but I don't want you to be confused. From my perspective, I think the voters will indeed choose. The question the voters are being asked is whether or not they want to do the bond issuance, whether or not they want to dedicate their revenue and go into debt and fund major projects with dedicated revenue through the bond. The voters will indeed choose that, whether that's what they want to do. And it's been talked a little bit about the time. It is going to be a long time. You have to go and do the election. That can't be for 90 days. After the election, there's a good bit of work to do with bond counsel before the bonds are sold. Once the bonds are sold, you got to go through project bidding and then get the construction project started and completed before you get some economic return from that. So that is a pretty long process. What is left of the gas tax joins with the other components to provide immediately into the road fund and deployed not to major projects, but to maintenance, to potholes, to repairs on secondary roads. Friends, that's what I hear from my constituents. That's what they would like to have done. We have done some work to limit that gas tax as tight as we can, to make the impact as low as we can, but it's a balance between what I hear from constituents about fixing the roads, especially secondary roads and potholes and repairs, and my caution in the tax burden. So while the bondholders will decide on the major projects whether or not to dedicate revenues and do that, this is more about whether or not you want to have addressed in the short term road repairs, potholes filled, secondary road maintenance. If you want to do those things, if that answer to you is yes, I would suggest you should join with me to urge rejection of the gentleman's amendment. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further members desiring to speak before I recognize the gentleman from the 27th, Doug GEARHART, to close debate. Gentleman from 27th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Due respect to the majority leader, I don't think that there's anything here confusing. I don't think that it could be less confusing that while this is not an 8-cent tax increase, it's still a 3.5-cent tax increase, and it is a tax increase whether or not it's 8 cents or 3.5 cents. It is, in fact, more money. I'm not denying that fact, and this amendment does not change that fact. It simply says that the voters, the people that we represent, have the opportunity to, in fact, place a vote and say that they want it. We haven't denied in this amendment immediate money. DMV fees are still in the bill and are immediate in the bill. Sales tax increase on the sale of automobiles are still in this bill. Now, I'm going to tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. I doubt that there's a single soul in this chamber that thinks that I have any interest in raising taxes. If there are, please stand up, because you guys are delusional. I've offered spending cuts. I've offered tax cuts. I've offered to stop tax increases. I don't offer tax increases. It's just not my way of doing it. But I'm going to tell you, I'm vowing to you right now, and you all will be able to check the board shortly. If we give the voters of West Virginia the opportunity to determine whether or not they want their gas tax to increase by adopting this amendment, I will, in fact, light up green on this board. I think it's important to do that. Now, in regard to the chairman's comments with regard to timing, it would appear to me that the governor really is concerned about the timing of the bond issue, because as of this moment, it hasn't appeared on the ballot. I would also indicate to you that this legislature has not appeared very concerned, because this bill was drafted during the regular legislative session that ended 2 months ago, and we're just now taking it up. This does not prohibit the governor from putting the bond issue on the ballot tomorrow. It makes this tax available immediately upon approval of that bond amendment. It does not wait on the bonds to be issued. It simply waits for the approval. So anything that would tell you that timing is an issue here, ladies and gentlemen, I would find to be smoke and mirrors, and simply a way to affect taking choice away from the people you represent. Ladies and gentlemen, this amendment legitimately allows us as legislators to get a true picture of what those that voted for us truly want. If they want the bond, then they're voting for this gas tax increase. It's pretty simple. Should they vote no, there's a little question that they think that they pay enough for gas now. Either way, if this passes, they're still going to get an increase in DMV fees. They're still going to get an increase when they go to buy an automobile. Without this amendment, we are simply, very simply, thumbing our nose at the very people that voted to allow us to be here. And we're bowing to a governor that threatens us every time he changes his mind constantly about a new tax or a different tax rate or a different thing that he wants to do or a different revenue estimate that he sends to us. All the while pushing for more and more tax burden for working West Virginians. Ladies and gentlemen, those in this chamber, including myself, are not always right. Some of us are always on the right, but we're not always right. By voting for this amendment, we can't be wrong, because every West Virginia voter has the right to make this choice for themselves if we adopt this amendment. My friends, I implore you to vote yes for the amendment, and I do request the yeas and nays. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call has been demanded. Is demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the gentleman's amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 42 ayes, 47 nays, 11 members absent not voting. Less than a majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the amendment rejected. Lady from the 50th, Doug Longstreth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask unanimous consent to offer an amendment on third.
The lady from the 50th asks unanimous consent to be permitted to offer an amendment on third. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Are there amendments?
Delegate Longstreth moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Longstreth 6-16, number 1.
Lady from the 50th asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Lady from the 50th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since we voted down the 1/2 cent on the sales tax and we're dealing with the roads right now, I do agree we do need money for roads. We passed this out in finance. But thinking about this now and where we are right now, that 1/2 cent would have made a big difference in our general revenue, which part of that could have been dedicated to roads. The DMV fees that are in this bill, they've all been increased, and I understand that, and I know in the next every 5 years they can increase again based on the consumer price index. But there's one part of the DMV fees that has bothered me, and I think maybe it's bothered a few others, and maybe not. But I think the registration fee is a little high for the average person, and that's when you get your registration fee every year. There's other ways that we could have done this. And since we're going down a different path, I would like to offer an amendment that instead of paying $50 a year on the registration fee, that we bring it down to $40. And that's just helping the average person. I know that costs us a little bit, but it is a tax decrease. But I don't think it's a big decrease. I think going down to $40 is reasonable based on the other DMV fees that we did that were so small, like $5 and $10. In another 5 years, this $40 will increase again. But I just feel let's be fair with the consumers, especially on the DMV fees. We're not going to send it out. We will send it out for a vote, but we've already increased this by voting on this in a moment, that we're going to increase these fees no matter what the people vote for. So I would like to offer this amendment to say that let's give them a break and just reduce the registration fee from 50 to 40. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would ask for the yeas and nays.
Other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment. Gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will stand to basically ask for rejection of the gentlelady's amendment. Our current vehicle registration for Title A is at $30. It's been at $30 for 41 years. The projected revenue of going from the $30 to $50 is just under $30 million. So what the proposed amendment would be a reduction of $15 million going into roads. Currently, our vehicle registration, or with this increase, will still be competitive with all our surrounding states. It is the largest component of the DMV fee increases. And again, at the end of the day, we have not been able to put additional resources to our roads, and this is the wrong move at this time. I urge rejection of the lady's amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Trump from 12th, Delegate Westfall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise in opposition to this amendment. In finance, we were given a lot of numbers throughout the year. The vehicle registration fee in West Virginia, we're asking to go to 50. Ohio right now is anywhere from 38 to 54. Virginia is 40, 45, or 51. Maryland, 135, 187, $214. Pennsylvania, 37, 62, 86, or $164. All depends on what type of vehicle you have. So, and again, as Chairman Nelson just said, this is, if you cut this in half, we're losing a lot of revenue for $10. So I think that people, again, it goes back to the roads, it goes back to fixing potholes. Every dollar counts. I know every $10 in the people of West Virginia's pockets counts, but I really think we need to leave it at $50. I urge rejection.
John from 34th, Delegate Boggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all due respect to my dear friend and colleague from Marion, I have to oppose her amendment. We have just been, for so long, searching for adequate revenue for roads. and for mechanisms to get there. And this appears to be something that we've had on the table for a long time, that we've talked about, and I think we've got an opportunity here to actually put some real money into the road system in a way that we can not only impact new construction, but we can also impact maintenance, which is what I hear about. I know the majority leader mentioned something earlier in a debate about maintenance that he hears about. That's what I hear about. We don't have, in our area, we don't have any of the big projects on the big board that we saw earlier, but it's maintenance, it's guardrails, it's paving, it's those type things. And considering the fact that it has been so long since these fees have been raised, that we've just, and that's the fault of not only this legislature, but previous ones as well, that we've let it go, we've let it go, we've let it go, and then when it comes time to make a change, it seems huge. And it's, we shouldn't let it go that long. We should do things more, have the political will to do things on a regular basis instead of waiting until we have to make a drastic change. But I remember vividly when I said, when I was in college, that I would never buy another gallon of gas when it got to 50 cents a gallon. I stand here today that I have violated that pledge. I have bought many gallons of gas since it was 50 cents a gallon. But times have changed, expenses have changed, the cost of asphalt has changed, materials, everything has changed, but the one thing that hasn't changed is our citizens' demand we have adequate funding for our road system. And I think we need to make the best use and the best advantage of what we can get on this and move forward and get a system that we're all proud of. Thank you.
John from 63rd, Doug Folk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the political irony of this amendment is very thick in this room. Anybody that knows the history of the DMV fee bill, especially on either side of the chamber that was here, I wasn't here, but anybody that knows when then acting governor Tomlin offered a DMV fee increase, and Speaker Thompson ran that DMV fee increase, and then Senate President Kessler ran that DMV fee increase, and then the very administration that offered it, Governor Tomlin, vetoed it. And then there, soon after, I think, was a primary election. And he probably beat the other two guys over the head for running that DMV fee increase. And now we have a Democrat, which I'm very fond of, offer an amendment to reduce a massive DMV fee increase. And tell you what, the populace in that election wasn't too kind to those who voted for that DMV fee increase. And actually, it wasn't too kind to people that were running of that party, even though they weren't even in the body and voted and did not even vote for the DMV fee increase. And now we have the chairman of our finance committee fighting against the reduction of a massive DMV fee increase. I support the General Lady's amendment, and I hope you do too.
Chair recognizes the lady from the 50th to close debate. Lady from the 50th to close debate. Okay. Roll call's been demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the lady's amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 49 ayes, 40 nays, 11 members absent not voting. The majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the clerk please read the bill a third time.
Senate Bill 1006,
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 35th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick recap, because I think we've talked about most of this, but obviously the basis of this bill is one about infrastructure, jobs, economic development, and of course, safety. The bill has three components. DMV fees. There are roughly 15 items that are subject to a fee increase. Most of these have not changed between 10 or 40 years. The increase in DMV fees was going to be $40 million, just got dropped. So I guess that's about $25 million now. Second part of this is the privilege tax, and the privilege tax is obviously the consumer sales tax on the purchase of an automobile. We're currently at 5%. This bill takes it to 6%. That is projected to generate roughly $40 million. When one asks about the privilege tax of West Virginia versus comparing state or our sister or our surrounding states, we will still be below Ohio, who is at 7, Kentucky's at 6, Maryland's at 6, and Pennsylvania is 7 or 8%. Virginia is lower, but they have some other, they basically put a tax on the whole value of a purchase. Our privilege tax is on the net difference of a net trade-in. The third component is the variable component that we had significant discussion on, raising the floor of the variable tax by 3.5 cents. The total revenue was to be $125 million. Now it's $110 million. Again, this is an immediate impact beginning 7/1 of this year. And again, it's part of our budget. So it's going to be interesting how our governor potentially does anything to the revenue estimate. But Mr. Speaker, this is a true jobs bill, and I urge passage of the bill.
Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill. The lady from 51st, Doug Pleshar.
Thank you. Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
You probably know that under our Constitution, everything that goes into the state road fund has to be spent on roads. Is that right?
As I understand it, that's correct.
And I'm just wondering, are roads free? I mean, do they just sort of, like every mile of pavement just materializes from nowhere?
Not to my knowledge.
And do we have some Fort Knox here in Charleston that we can claw down and use them to pay for the repair of roads?
If we had that Fort Knox right now, we wouldn't be in the budget problem, would we?
No. And it just seems to me that a lot of people think that they are entitled to have free roads. And it would be nice if we had free roads, wouldn't it?
Yes.
But we don't.
Correct.
So if in my district, a lot of people drive things that look like tanks, and they spend thousands of dollars on their SUVs that damage the roads a lot. Is that true in your district also?
You bet.
And for the rest of us that don't have tanks, the damage to those roads really affect what we spend. Do you know, I received information that in my county, which is like unbelievably bad when it comes to road, that the maintenance costs to drive on our roads are something like $14.40 a year. Have you heard similar estimates? I think we're the highest county in the state in terms of damage to our cars. Do you think that may be true?
I'll take your word on that.
Thank you.
John from 32nd, I'll get fast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the Finance Chairman continue to yield?
Gentleman yields.
And I hope I'm asking the correct person. My congressman recently was excited about a federal highway bill that passed that was fully funded. And what would be the interaction with that federal highway bill as far as road dollars coming to the state of West Virginia? I know we don't have a Fort Knox, but we do have a federal government that can find money anywhere. So what is the interaction there, if you can tell me, and what relief could the state of West Virginia expect to receive under that federal funding bill?
Yeah, so as the best of my knowledge, last year the Congress did pass the roads bill, and it was a 5-year bill, and West Virginia receives approximately $450 million a year, and that is set for the next 5 years.
And what?
And then that's $450 million of our $1.1 billion total road money.
What was our federal dollar? What were our federal dollars prior to this federal enactment?
It was in the same neighborhood, just a little bit less. So we just had a.
So we're not realizing.
We just had a marginal increase in annual receipts from the federal government.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from 60, Doug Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a confession to make. I'm a bit of an etymologist. I love words in a couple of different languages. I love understanding what they mean, where they come from, what they indicate, and actually the thought process that goes behind them, because as I believe, words and their usage actually indicates the thought process and the functionality thereof, or failure of that functionality. It's interesting to me that the word revenue, when applied to a business, actually means what you've earned. It means the value that that business or that person has created. That's what the word actually means. But the government has a completely different lexicon, and words mean different things when they enter the government. We use the word revenue to mean whatever we take from the taxpayers at the end of a gun. And I know it's tedious for you to hear this from me again. I know you're tired of hearing it, and I do apologize. But when the government increases its revenue, it necessarily means that the government, meaning us, we here, take money from people who have earned it. And yes, it's at the end of a gun, because if they don't pay it, what happens? Well, we put additional fees and all that sort of thing on them. Well, if they don't pay those, what do we do? Well, we put them in jail. If they don't want to go to jail, what do we do? Come with me. All right? So when we talk about revenues, let's be honest. What we're talking about is the money that we take from people who earn it, who build wealth. Okay? We talk about revenue capture. That's a great term. Revenue capture, just for those of us who are new to this process, and it took me a few days to figure out what we were talking about here with revenue capture. I had to do some study. It means us choosing to take more money from the people who hired us and sent us here to manage the funds that they've already given us. Now, if I remember correctly, our governor provided us with what's called a revenue estimate. My understanding of that term is that based on his analysis and his team's analysis of the money that's coming into the government that our employers are allowing us to manage for them, there's a number, and they're telling us to spend up to that number. The reason we're here looking for new revenue, for a new opportunity to capture revenue, is because we have failed to properly manage the revenue that our employers allowed us in the beginning, that revenue estimate that the governor laid before us. What we've done is we have decided to fund parallel, extraneous bureaucracies, such as the Department of Education and the Arts. That's why we're here looking for a new opportunity to take money from the people who hired us and gave us a certain amount of money to manage on their behalf, because we have decided to do things such as funding extraneous bureaucracies. I'm glad that my friend brought up the term entitled, because if we look at our budget, we can go through line by line and find various areas where people feel they're entitled to things, where special interest groups feel they're entitled to things. They are entitled to exactly what our employers have allowed them in the budget estimate, the amount of money that our employers gave us to manage for them. That's it, nothing more. I urge rejection of this and any other effort to capture additional revenue from the people who hired us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 48th, Doug Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Chair of Finance yield to a quick question for me?
Yield.
It's kind of an out of the box question, and thank you for yielding. From what I remember from this bill, there are additional fees in the bill for hybrid vehicles and electric plug-in vehicles. Are those still in this bill?
Yes.
Are those, just to clarify, are those in addition to the $40 registration fee, or is that including that?
It's a separate fee just for those vehicles who don't have or don't pay any gasoline tax, but still put the wear and tear on our roads.
Yeah, no, I understand. I just wanted to clarify that and make sure. But that's the only question I had. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure I would be a member of a class, but as a owner of one of those hybrid vehicles, I might want to ask for a Rule 49, since this is going to cost me an additional $150 a year.
The gentleman, to the extent it would affect you, it would be as a member of a class, and therefore you would be directed to vote.
Thank you.
Lady from 51st, Delegate Fritsch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, the roads in Montague County are despicable and they're deplorable. And unfortunately, the Division of Highways hasn't been spending all the money that we've given them for maintenance, and they asked for less money in this budget for maintenance, which has been, problematic. But this bill right here increases DMV fees. They'll increase every year to keep up with the CPI. But that's not all that's going on here, because the governor did demand that this bill pass for the revenue estimates. I helped get it out of committee. We needed the revenue estimates, his revenue letter. But there's another companion bill that he demands that passes, and that's going to be an even bigger increase on people's DMV registrations potentially, because that bill sitting up in finance right now, as it currently stands, the posture that it currently is in, the Parkway Authority bill, Senate Bill 1003, it does allow the Parkway Authority to mandate on every vehicle in this state a $25 registration fee, and that can increase every 3 years. Now, perhaps we'll take care of that in finance later today or sometime, but that's what's going on right now. That's where the governor perhaps is getting his revenue estimates. So I'm going to be, this is all too much for, it's all adding up to too much for me. My confidence in the governor has declined dramatically within the past couple of days, so I will be voting no. And we do need our roads in Montague County taken care of, and we have money in the budget that hasn't been being used to fix our roads.
Gentleman from 25th, Doug Painter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a good lead-in for that, I happen to have that information on how much hasn't been spent. In May of 2015, the West Virginia Blue Ribbon Commission on Highways concluded that deteriorating roads and bridges and less state funding are coming in. In January 2016, the Joint Committee on Government and Finance for the West Virginia Legislature hired a performance audit to address and improve the effectiveness and efficiency of the West Virginia Department of Highways. The audit confirmed aging infrastructure and a decline in funding has additionally fund the percentage of unused budgeted funds at the end of fiscal years 2015 is trending upwards, but it didn't happen. On page 9 of the audit, you'll see in 2013, the DOH did not use $93 million of their budgeted funds, $77 million in 2014. Get this, $158 million in 2015. And after checking a little further, they didn't use $73 million of it in 2016. The roads bill altogether, I guess if you look at it optimistically, is going to be raising $138 million in revenue. Additionally, the audit found a potential savings of $50 million if the DOH implemented the Business Performance Improvement Program, which hasn't been done. And I just want to bring all this information to your attention because we all want to see good roads and bridges, but do we really? We need some accountability on how this is spent. I mean, if we're going to give it to them, they're not going to use it. If there was $158 million left on the table in 2015 and $50 million of savings that we didn't even attempt to get, what is the point of this whole bill? Is it really going to help us any? It's just going to throw more money at a bad problem and an inefficient bureaucracy. Thank you very much.
John from 37th, Doug Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you're probably quite aware, I'm definitely not an expert on a lot of things, but one thing I do know about are roads. When we're not here, and I look forward to the day, hopefully soon, when we're not here, I drive a taxi for a living. I'd be willing to bet that I pay more gas tax than anybody in this room. But I'm also on the road a lot more than most of the people in this room. And the fact of the matter is, the roads need fixed, and you get what you pay for. You get what you pay for. So I would suggest that we vote for this bill and fix the damn roads.
Lady from 35th, Doug Lane.
I too want to speak in favor of this bill. As you know, I keep talking about our roads, and in response to some of the earlier remarks, we do have a new administration who is committed to fixing our roads. And so whatever has happened in the past with the Department of Highways, I think that we should start anew and say that let's see what the new administration can do to fix our roads. Let's give them the money to do it. And not only are we fixing roads, but if we want to attract businesses to this state, and if we want to attract more people for tourism, we need to have good roads. And like I said before, this may be the #1 jobs bill that we have passed this session, and we can be proud of that. And I just urge that we pass this bill so that we can get our roads fixed, put our people to work, and be proud of what we have done. Thank you.
John from 27th, Doug Schott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is, of course, the governor's bill, and there's no secret that I've been critical of the governor's tactics. I can only conclude that the way he runs his business has made it unnecessary to fully develop his diplomacy skills. However, I think credit needs to be given where it's due, and I am going to speak in favor of this bill. I think the governor's bold road plan is long overdue in this state. It's important for a lot of reasons. We all can offer examples of situations where we've encountered not just inconvenience, but dangerous situations on our highways. And we're going to have to, I think, as much as I hate to pay more for anything, I think we have to just hold our nose and do what we have to do to get the money to fix our roads. It's going to be painful, but it's also painful to your wallet if you hit a pothole and have to go to the garage and have your front end realigned. But more than that kind of pain, it's also can be very dangerous. You hit one of those places in the road, you could lose control. It can not only be painful, it could be life-threatening. So while I hate the idea of additional fees and additional taxes, especially on the county where I live, right on the border, I think this is necessary, and I would urge you to swallow hard if you don't like what you see, but this is necessary, and I'd urge that you pass this bill. Thank you.
Lady from the 51st, Doug Fleischauer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 words: jobs, jobs, jobs. We all know that that's one of the main things our constituents want, and this is going to produce jobs. And the other things they say as the gentleman said, is fix the damn roads. This bill does two things at the same time, and as difficult as it may be, you get what you pay for. And right now we have 30 years of neglected roads. I bet we have the worst roads in the country. If we don't do this, they'll stay that way and they'll get even worse. So I urge adoption.
Gentleman from the 25th, Delegate Painter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I forgot to add, I urge rejection. Thank you.
Thanks. We were kind of confused about that. We're glad you clarified that for us. Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 62nd, Delegate Overton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even though occasionally in my travels I do get gas in Virginia or neighboring Maryland, most of my gas purchases are made in West Virginia, and because of the long distance I drive back and forth to the Capitol, I'd request a Rule 49 on whether I should be exempt.
To the gentleman, I think it might affect you, but it would be as a member of a class. And I don't know whether you're thinking about buying a new car or getting your license renewed or just gas, but either way, you'd be a member of a class. This gentleman from the 35th wishes to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, very, very quickly, this obviously this bill will have an immediate effect on maintenance and safety. We're stepping into something that many of the other states around us have already done because they also have the same road problems, and they've been out front with additional revenue means. I'll say it once again, this is in our governor's revenue estimates. It must be passed. Lastly, this is probably our most significant and quickest way to economic growth statewide that we've done in years. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill. Thank you.
Question before the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine.
The following have paired in accordance with House Rule 43. Delegate Chris, yea. Delegate Butler, nay. Delegate Iaquinta, yea. Delegate Painter, nay.
Hit it. You still got to do the pair, right?
Yeah, they always do
We're
that.
still confused. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 59 ayes, 32 nays, 9 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 1006.
Are there amendments to the title?
Committee on Finance moves to amend the title.
Question for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be made effective from passage.
The gentleman from the 58th moves the bill be made effective for passage. For what purpose, gentleman from 63rd?
I'd like to speak to the motion. What? Well, I can speak to the motion.
Gentleman may proceed.
If you want to prevent the further taxation, increased taxation to your citizens, and you voted no on this bill, I would suggest you to vote no on this motion.
Gentleman from 35th, Doug Nelson.
I guess what this vote means, which I urge a green vote. I mean, this is tremendous. Start 7/1, 2 weeks. If it's not done, it's an extra 90 days of delay. We don't need that. Talking about jobs, we're talking about safety. This must be passed right now, and I urge everyone to step up and vote green on passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 8th, Doggett Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also urge the body to adopt this motion. We are in the middle of a construction season right now. A 90-day delay in the implementation of this tax and the collection of the revenues will be in the fall, and before we can accumulate the additional money, we'll be into the winter season and repairs cannot be made and our roads are going to deteriorate even further. Regardless of whether you voted for or against this, I urge you to vote for the motion to make it effective immediately. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
John for the 15th, Doggett Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually voted against this bill from passage, but for the effective from passage, I believe we should vote in favor of this because all that would do is delay the money from being available from something that has already passed. So I believe the proper vote on this, whether you were no or yes on the other, would be a green vote. Thank you.
John from 63rd, Doggett Fall.
You know, I kept quiet during the debate on this bill. The demagoguery was thick in here. The jobs implications that everybody said. I mean, by the chairman's own admission, we got over $1 billion now that we get into the road fund. This is raising $100 and some million. So I kind of get a kick out of these economic theories that somebody in North Carolina at some statist institution would say it's going to create 48,000 jobs. I believe in principle. I voted against what I believe are tax increases whenever I have a chance. You need to stay consistent. So if you voted against this bill, you should vote against it because you're delaying the tax increase. Thank you.
John from 66, Doggett Esmosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as I think back to the last night of our regular session, or I guess actually it was the wee hours of the morning of the extended budget session, you'll recall that we did pass a budget, but unfortunately we did not vote to make it effective from passage, and that put West Virginia in a very precarious situation. And I think that was something that was noted after the extended budget session. Like my colleague from Putnam, I also voted against this particular measure, but I think we can learn actually something from our colleagues down at the other end of the Capitol. You know, we've seen some very disparate votes down there. Votes where essentially along party lines they'll vote, basically according to party affiliation down there. But when it comes to making votes effective from passage, you see the consensus there. And I would also urge my colleagues to, whether you voted for or against this measure, to not attempt to pursue or delay implementation of the legislation. I intend to make it available, vote to make it available for passage. We encourage you to do the same.
Request for the House is the motion by the gentleman from the 58th that the bill be made effective from passage. All in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk, prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 77 ayes. Oh, sorry. Mine didn't register. Voted yes. 77 ayes, 11 nays, 12 members absent, not voting. 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. For what purpose, gentleman from the 27th, seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My vote did not register either when I pushed the green button. I'd like to be noted as voting in favor of the motion.
Gentleman's vote will be recorded. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. One for the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, subject to announcements, I move the House stand in recess until 4 p.m.
Other announcements. Gentleman from 27, Douglas Schott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conference Committee on House Bill 106, which is the furlough bill, will meet in the Senate Judiciary Committee room. That's 208 West at 3 p.m. Your conferees are Delegates Lovejoy, Hanshaw, and me. Thank you.
Gentleman from 35th, Doug Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Finance, 3 o'clock, shall meet up in House Finance Committee at 3 o'clock to continue with legislation.
Further announcements. Not requested before the House is a motion by a gentleman from the 58th that the House stand in recess until 4 p.m. All in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. As appear to have it, the ayes do have it, declare the House in recess until 4 p.m. Those not having privileges to the floor will please vacate the chamber. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that for the remainder of the session, members of conference committees be permitted to vote on any question or issue before the House which they have missed as a direct result of their duties on conference committees, provided that such members notify the clerk of the House in writing as to how they wish to vote before the Daily Journal is published, and that any such vote will not change the outcome of any question.
Gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent that for the remainder of the session, members of the conference committees be permitted to vote on any question or issue before the House which they have missed as a result of their duties on conference committees, provided such members notify the clerk of the House in writing as to how they wish to vote before the Daily Journal is published, and that any such vote will not change the outcome of any question. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1011, selling Hopemont Hospital.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Finance moves to amend the bill. This is H. Fin AM.
Gentleman from 35th asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman may be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1011 has to deal with the sale of Hopemont Hospital. This amendment basically removes mandatory language of shall and makes it permissive for the secretary to sell. And it also includes some technical cleanup. I urge adoption of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Not request for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Are there further amendments?
No.
If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Gentleman from 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the constitutional rule requiring the bill to be read on 3 several days be dispensed with, and the bill be read a third time, put upon its passage.
Gentleman 58th moves that the constitutional rule requiring the bill be read on 3 several days be dispensed with. The bill be read a third time and put upon its passage. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 76 ayes, 8 nays, 16 members absent, not voting. 4/5 of the members present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule dispensed with. Clerk, please read the bill a third time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1011.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from 35th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this bill has to deal with the potential sale of Hopemont Hospital. This is probably the third, fourth time we've been through this, but I tell you, a lot of work has been done since session. Meetings of all stakeholders, especially the Secretary of the DHHR and others, and those that are in the area in and around Hopemont. Again, for some background, the hospital was built in 1913, so it's rather old. Currently has 98 beds. As of the end of May, only 57 of those were occupied, about 58%. One of the big reasons, as has been spoken previously, of the reason for this potential sale is the age of the building and the cost to the state of West Virginia. Just last year, costs exceeded $14.5 million, resulting in a fiscal year 16 loss of $4.5 million. What is proposed with this, the sale of the hospital, and it must be within, I think it's 3 miles of the current site. Maybe it's 5, no, this one's 3 miles, because if we went 5 miles, it could potentially go into the state of Pennsylvania. There's been a lot of discussion to have this remain on site. Just as before, the Secretary has agreed to work with administration as it relates to personnel and any packages. But this hospital's future need will be to address or to serve high acuity need patients. These are patients that have extra needs. that really are not, it's not best to have them in regular nursing homes. And so, as we'll hear with Jackie Withrow, both of these are very similar in that they are geared to serving a high-need patient. Just as before, the Secretary will, with any actions, full accounting will be reported to the Joint Committee on Administration and Finance. And there will be a separate fund set up where all dollars would go into. And this also states that it must be a 90-bed facility that would be built, and that any beds above that could only be used for high acuity needs. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Will other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? The gentleman from the 53rd, Douglas Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak to the bill.
The gentleman may proceed.
Here we are again with Hopemont. There's been some strides made in development on building a building on the property of Hopemont and all, but there's still a lot of questions involved, and basically what my concern is number one, West Virginia residents, which are the patients. There's still some gray areas in there. There's been too many changes in this bill for me to agree 100% that things are going to go the way that we've been told they're supposed to go. So we have met with the Secretary of DHHR, had a pretty productive meeting, I believe. But like I said, with politics, is it going to go the way it's supposed to go, or we just have a smoke screen out there? I spoke with the DHHR Secretary also. Part of the reason that Hopemont's in the shape it is because there hasn't been any money put back into it. You know, if you have a house at home, a building or whatever, you've got to put money back into it. This building has not had anything put back into it. The oldest part of the building might be 1913, but the part where the residents are was built like in the early 60s, late 50s, early 60s. I've spoke with some maintenance people and stuff, and structurally the building is in great shape. It just needs some upgrades, electrical, plumbing, so on and so forth. We've met with employees, the senators and the other delegate from the area met with the employees up there. They are great employees. They had a patient die up there, and 3 of them took a vacation day to be by their graveside because they did not have any family. That's the kind of dedication we're talking about employees up there. Another thing with the employees is they make $11 an hour. It hasn't been changed in over 20 years. I mean, how do you expect people to keep working? This is another state entity that, you know, is well underpaid for what they do and stuff. And tried talking about, upgrading that and stuff, but civil service, and it takes an act of God and stuff. But that's stuff we need to look in the future, very near future, for all state employees, no matter who you are. But as far as Hopemont Hospital goes, like I said, my concerns are the people. I think that we could have taken monies from other areas and made things a lot better than what they have been over the years. And we are supposed to meet with the secretary after we get done down here, if we ever get done down here, and tour the facility and stuff. He's never been there. So, I mean, it's kind of hard to say we're going to shut it down and you've never even seen the site or what's there or what all's involved. I'm going to urge a rejection on the bill because I just don't, I just have a gut feeling that may not go the way that it's being said. So thank you.
Lady from the 52nd, Delegate Sopol.
Will the chairman yield for questions?
Gentleman yields.
In this bill, is it mandatory that the building be sold?
No.
So when the secretary goes up and looks at the building, he could determine that the building is structurally sound and that the Hopeman Hospital would remain like it is, just sold to an individual?
That's correct. A private entity, yes.
Okay. And would you repeat how many beds that the, if it's sold to a individual, how many beds is mandated that it's going to be?
I think I may have misquoted before I used the term 90. I think it's a minimum of 60, minimum.
Right. That's what I understood.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. May I speak to the bill?
Lady may proceed.
Okay. Like they said, we've been here before. The first time that I spoke to this bill, it was very simple. It simply said, sell Hopeman and move the patients. My first question was, where are you going to move these patients? And really, they're not patients, they're residents. And I kind of got that deer in the headlight look, because there was no place in West Virginia that would take these patients at Hopeman. So now, after many, many hours and back and forth and talking and meetings, we do have a bill that indicates that if Hopeman needs to be replaced, that we will get a new hospital either on the facility would be built there on the property, or someplace close by within 3 miles. And so there would be a facility to move the patients in, and that facility would be built before the patients, it would be built so the patients would have some place to be moved to. That was our number one concern, was the patients. Our number two concern was the employees. In the bill, there is a severance package, a very generous severance package, and it's very well written out. That was our number two concern. Also, in the contract that was written would be that the employees would have preference with the new company for jobs. So that was our number two concern. Our number three concern was for our county. We've been guaranteed that they would work with the county if a new hospital is built, what we would do with the existing building, because there is another business that's already housed within the building that is at Hopeman. Knowing that the state definitely wants to get out of the healthcare, long-term healthcare business, and I believe that some way, somehow, they are going to do that. I believe this is the best option that we're going to have for the Hopeman residents. So I know it's been, you know, we put a lot of dedication in it. We don't like the way that it was handled. And I know it still has some work. It could have been done better. We would have definitely liked for the secretary to have made a trip to Hopeman and at least seen the property before decisions was made. We definitely would like to have a better plan of what was going on, but still the word is not shall be done. So we do have some flexibility. So in all cases, I think this is the best that we can hope for, and I do urge passage of the bill.
John from 32nd, they'll get fast.
Thank you. Would the chairman yield, please?
Gentleman yields.
I understand that it is discretionary with the secretary as to closure of the hospital, but assuming the secretary would exercise that option and close the hospital, is it mandatory that a new hospital be built, or is that also discretionary?
Well, the first thing is the patients that are there, and the secretary spoke significantly about taking care of those patients. And again, the language in this bill is such that it must be in the area. So whether it's the building's redone or moved, it's still in the area. I'm not sure if that answered your question.
I understand. Talking about actually a physical structure.
Yes.
If the secretary would choose to close the existing structure, sell it, okay, is the secretary at that point mandated to have a new structure built, or could the secretary simply close and sell the existing structure, move the patients someplace, and that be the end of it?
No, not at all.
Okay, so if it's closed, they must build a new building.
That other facility must be there before those patients are moved from the building.
That's all.
I'm sorry I didn't answer that the first time.
Thank you.
Gentleman from the 50th, Caputo. Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to follow up, gentleman from Fayette. The way I'm reading this bill, it says if the secretary determines a new specialized facility is needed, it shall be blah, 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 blah. So he can indeed close the facility. Is that correct?
No, that's not what we heard in committee.
Well, tell me what you heard, because I'm looking at the bill, and it sounds to me like he will have sole discretion as to whether or not this facility will be closed.
Gosh. One, two, try. His first concern is the patients. And to the extent that those patients, again, the facility as it exists now or a new one would be built, and the way he described it to us, those patients would be taken care of and the facility not closed until the appropriate facility was constructed that they could go into.
Well, that's not what the bill says. No. I mean, could these patients be transferred to other facilities?
He did not indicate that that would be the case in any.
So you're telling me the secretary told you that he would either keep the residents at this facility, or he would build a new facility on site for these patients. Is that what you're saying?
Within the 5-mile radius.
What type of, let me ask you this, why are these patients at a state-run facility to begin with?
Because of their high acuity needs.
And where are other high acuity needs facilities at that they could go to?
Right now we have this one at Hopemont as well as Jackie Withrow.
Which is on the agenda to close as well, correct?
It's on the agenda to look at options to better service the patients.
When the secretary came to the Finance Committee, didn't he ask permission to sell this facility?
He asked to have the authority to basically deliver a better product for those patients.
Did he ask that he could have permission to sell the facility?
Yep, that was part of it.
So obviously he's been to the facility. I would hope to think he'd been to the facility if he made a determination that this is something the state should rid themselves of. Correct?
I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I don't mean to be argumentative, but I believe this bill gives him the authority to sell the facility whether or not he decides to build a new one. It says if he decides to build a new one, then it must fit the criteria in the bill, but it doesn't say he has to build a new one. And I believe it gives him the authority to transfer these patients or these residents, and they need to find somewhere else to go, or if they have any family, they need to find somewhere for them.
So,
is that correct, or am I? If I'm misreading it, I apologize. If somebody else knows the answer to that, I'd love to hear
I believe here on page 1, section B, the secretary shall ensure that the patients are transferred to an area facility and shall minimize effects on those residents.
Correct. I think that's what I was trying to.
And there's not another area. There's not another area facility in the Hopemont area. It is almost. I mean, it's a standalone. You know what he really talked about is the true need that these patients could better be served by a private entity that has the experience, much better than the state, in operating and servicing high acuity need patients.
Is there a private entity in the area?
That I can't answer, but there has been interest expressed in both of these two facilities by private entities, is what we heard in House Finance.
Well, it seems confusing at the least, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect. Let me ask you a little bit about the severance package. Could you tell me what will happen to the employees there? I know the gentlelady alluded to some type of severance package. Could you give me a little detail about that?
I don't know if I can get into the details, but as he described it, they would have a full benefit package, no different than any other state employees that have gone through a similar type process in the past.
Can you give me an example of another state employee that's been through a similar process?
The reference that others have made is when I guess it was the unemployment, the workers' comp, and some 10, 15 years ago. That predates me. You were here then, weren't you?
I can't remember that far back, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to figure, is there payment for these folks? Is there a health care package that would carry them over? I mean, these folks only make $11 an hour. Obviously, they're dedicated state employees, or they wouldn't be there making $11 an hour.
When I can't speak to the $11, but they not only would be subject to a full severance package, including health care benefits and whatnot, but they would also be eligible to be hired by this new private entity that would probably pay them a much higher wage and benefit package than the state can offer right now.
But they wouldn't have the pension package they have working with the state if they got hired to a private entity. Is that correct?
They may have a better benefit package or pension package.
And they may not have any. Correct? You agree?
Yes.
And they may or may not have health care of any sort comparable to what they have now. Would you agree?
Possibility.
I think there's a lot of unanswered questions. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just speak briefly to the bill, if I may.
John, may I proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your answers. I appreciate that. You know, I'm going to oppose the sale of this or the potential sale of this. I think it's a big mistake. You know, we have 57 beds occupied in this facility, and these are high-need, very high-need individuals for our state that maybe don't have any family, maybe don't have anywhere else to go, and who knows where these poor folks may wind up someday. I think we need to try to find a way to fix the facility, as the gentleman said, that it is structurally sound and things can be done to bring it up to code. And we all ought to be ashamed of ourselves for letting it get in that type of condition, myself included. But you know, I have a facility similar to this in Marion County that a lot of people need and depend on every day and have nowhere else to go. So if you want to begin the trail of just acting like we don't care about these kind of people, then I think this will be the first indication of that. These are the neediest of the needy, the people who have no one else to look out for them. Employees that make $11 an hour. And we don't even have a plan. We hear there's a severance package, might be better, might be worse. We don't know what's in it. We don't know where they're going to go. They could get hired. It's just isn't right, ladies and gentlemen, to do this. You know, I'm not one to preach to anyone, but, you know, I was always taught you'll be judged in how you treat the least of thee. And this is the least of thee. This is truly the least of thee. So I can't go along with this. I can't in good conscience go along with this, and I hope that the members reject this. We've been rejecting a lot of things today. Let's reject something that helps people who can't help themselves. We sent messages across the hall today. Let's send the message to the secretary. We got to pony up. We got to fix this facility. We have, I think, 4 of these facilities across the state. And by God, we ought to have a little compassion. We're West Virginians. We care about people. This isn't right. This just isn't right. Please vote no.
Lady from the 35th Doggett Lane.
Will the chairman yield? I just have a simple question. The version of the bill that I'm looking at says within a 5-mile radius, and I heard some talk about a 3-mile radius. Which is it?
Yeah, 5 miles within the state.
Okay, thank you.
And the 3 miles is this location to the border of Pennsylvania, but it's within the state. So.
Okay, thank you.
Lady from the 51st, Doggett Fleshire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to make sure I am looking at the right version of the bill. Are we working from committee substitute for Senate Bill 1011? Because I pushed current bill. Okay. I want to go over a couple things. This bill mandates it used the words divest, shall divest of the facilities, land, buildings, improvements, contents, employment, patient and contractual interests, license for staff beds, and all other assets utilized in the current operation, excluding cash and marketable securities. So it's mandatory that we are going to get rid of the beds, get rid of the employees, and get rid of the land. Is that right? When it says shall?
The amendment that was passed previously changed the shall to may.
That's why I wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Said to may?
Yes.
Change it to may.
Yes, it
okay.
did.
I wanted to, and I was over at a conference committee. Okay, so it says may. All right. And then are there changes to did we change anything to the benefit package? Has that been changed also?
The language remains as it's written in the bill.
Okay. So there is nothing specific in this language. It all is should. It should have compensation. The only thing I see in here is says it can't cost any money to the state.
Yes, I mean, we have the shall prepare. No, I believe it does say shall prepare a benefit package for employees.
But there are no outlines about what would be in there. Isn't there language in there?
Well, you know, it's difficult to put an exact plan in place because the one thing that the secretary also mentioned is to the extent that a buyer doesn't materialize, that the state will step in and build something, and it will end up costing us many dollars more than if the other alternative, which he believes will be the best for the patients, is not able to be put together.
Okay, so this, I'm trying to figure this out. It's a little bit different. This creates a special revenue account known as the Hopemont Long-Term Care Facility Development Fund, right?
Correct.
And expenditures are to be made only in accordance with appropriation by the legislature. Do we have any funding in this account in the current budget?
The fund will be funded, or funds into that fund will come from the sale of the property. So no to any current monies in that account.
Where does it say that? Oh, so that assumes there will be a sale.
Well, if there's not a sale, then the state will be taking greater control of this facility.
So, but there are no... So there won't be, these people will not be divested unless there's a sale? Is that what you're saying, the employees? And the patients won't be divested unless there's a sale?
Yeah, so to the extent that there is a sale, then the sale proceeds will take care of the employees and everything else. To the extent it is not sold, then it will be up to this body to appropriate whatever dollars are needed.
So the divestiture that's laid out in the first subsection will not take place until there's a sale or lease or transfer or something like that?
No,
because if there's going to be a package to these individuals who are going to be divested, because that's what it says, employees and patients are going to be divested.
No, it doesn't. It's may.
I understand
It's
that,
may.
but I understand that. But if there's going to be a package, there has to be money in that. And you're saying the only place the money will come from is a sale or a transfer.
Or us. Because if it's not sold, then we will be appropriating additional monies to DHHR to take care of this facility and the patients.
Okay. Was any thought given to the rights of employees that are in current law, if there's a reduction in force, if there's a layoff, their seniority, their bumping rights, because they are state employees?
I would assume that they're all subject to what the current policies are at the Department of Administration.
Well, those are things that are in our current policies.
That's correct.
And I guess what this looks to me like it overrides all those policies, because it says the secretary may divest himself of employees and patients. Do you think employees will retain their rights under state law despite that language?
Yes, so the secretary, as it says here, in consultation with the Division of Personnel, shall prepare a benefit package and with such benefits that may include, but are not limited to.
But I'm talking about rights, not benefits. I'm talking about their rights to continued employment or to bumping or to transfer or to, look for other options within state employment. I think under 29-6-
You're in an area that I'm not qualified to speak to.
And I'm not as familiar as I would like to be about the state regulations, but I'm worried that we are taking away employee rights with this language, leaving it all up to the secretary.
I'm advised that there is nothing in this bill that expressly takes away any state employee rights.
Okay, what if an employee is not interested in this benefit package? Can they turn it down?
I guess that's their choice.
I mean, can they retain their employment under state law, or are they forced to take this package that we don't really have any idea what it's going to look like?
I can't speak to what state law in that particular case is.
And are there any of these employees that would have any input into this memorandum of understanding with the Division of Personnel and DHHR about what their package would look like?
Well, that's part of in consultation with the secretary and the personnel. I would believe that that would be part of the.
But it's not in code that these employees would have an option to participate in these conversations. These would be interagency conversations. Are they going to get notice about meetings, about what's going to happen to the future of their employment, and whether are they going to have any say about, like, well, have you thought about this? Have you thought about that in terms of my continued employment?
I don't think that there is anything in code that speaks to what you're just described.
Well, what will be in code if we pass this is there's going to be a memorandum of understanding between the Division of Personnel, the Retirement Board, PEIA, and DHHR. And it doesn't say anything about whether these employees are going to have any input at all about that. And it seems to me they're not going to have input. Well, they could have input, perhaps, if we cared.
If we care, and I would imagine that they're going to have complete interaction with PEIA and these others, just as they do now, with any questions that they may have.
Except they have a right to continued employment. Well, Mr. Chairman, I think this language lacks a lot of specificity, and if I were there, I would be very, very worried. Thank you for responding.
Lady from 52nd, Douglas Apple.
Will the chairman yield?
Chairman yields.
Okay. If the facility is not sold and the secretary, does he have the authority to move the residents to another location if there's another location available? Say there's another hospital built at one of the other facilities, and it would be available to house the patients from up at Hope'Mont. Could they then be moved to another? If this bill does not pass,
yes,
then he could move the Hope'Mont patients to another hospital.
Yes.
And then, because some of the patients at Hope'Mont can be moved to a regular facility, some of them that's there now could be moved to a regular facility, and some of them definitely needs to be in a spatial care. So if the bill does not pass and there's a hospital built at one of the other state facilities that could house the residents there, then virtually Hope'Mont would be left without any residents, and our employees would be left without any jobs. Is that correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
So we would be left with just an empty building then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
John from 13th, Doug Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield for
yield.
a quick question? And I know we're speaking about Hope'Mont Hospital, but having Lakin Hospital in my district, I have to ask, is there any discussion at all about other hospitals that the state owns?
The secretary, in addressing the House Finance Committee, was most concerned about these two facilities because of their age and the poor conditions that not only for the patients but the employees. And it did not get into, or our discussion in committee did not get into the other hospitals.
Okay, thank you. Could speak to
John, may proceed.
Briefly. I too am going to oppose the bill because, like I said, the first time this came around during the regular session, I was hesitant to speak because I do not have Hope'Mont nor Jackie Withrow in my district, but I do have Lakin Hospital in my district. And I know that since seeking election, being elected and representing the folks in the 13th district, I've had a lot of discussions with the people that work at Lakin. I've had a lot of discussions with the family members of the patients at Lakin Hospital. I've not ever had one of them speak in favor of closing that hospital or moving the patients anywhere else. As a matter of fact, at a recent
scholarship ceremony. I had an employee of Lakin seek me out after the scholarship banquet was over, and she was so proud of the fact that Lakin had just received the first certification of 0 deficiencies, and she spoke to me for 15 or 20 minutes about that, and was very concerned about any discussions of closing any state hospitals. So with that in mind, I oppose the bill. Thank you.
John from 26, Delegate Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman continue the yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
You spoke of the conditions, and the gentleman from the 53rd mentioned that it did need some upgrades. So just a simple question. Is the facility up to building code, and are the people safe that work there and the residents safe?
You know, I'm assuming that all is safe, or else it would have to probably close its doors.
Okay. In the event that it's not, were there any discussions with the secretary or the administration about doing something to the facility? Maybe any monies that they would need? Any requests that were made?
You know, something that the secretary, I believe, put a lot of emphasis in with both these facilities is that their initial purpose when they were constructed was not necessarily the purpose that they're serving right now. And so some of these extra costs that have been incurred in the last few years are related to the age and other problems with the facility. And when it really comes down to the rubber meeting the road, these patients need a facility that is much more tuned in to their current needs and not that of the old purposes of the original building.
Yes, so that makes a lot of sense. I'll be honest with you, it does. But I'm just concerned that the people that may or may not make the decisions at which the facility is going to be opened or closed, they may or may not have the best idea of the condition of the property. But I think you make some very, very good comments, and they're square. So I do appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Lady from 51st, Dr. Fleischauer. Further members desiring to speak before I recognize the gentleman from the 35th to close. Gentleman from the 35th.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a lot of discussion here, and I can't tell how many meetings that the Secretary has had with stakeholders, including those close to the issue and all. And throughout all these discussions, the first concern that he has expressed, and many have expressed, is that of the patients. And we have some facilities that are old, built for another purpose years ago. You know, in our discussions earlier in session, I think the biggest thing that has changed, and especially for this particular facility, is the community. And the extra effort that this secretary and others want to do for these patients and remain in the community, because the one thing he did stress, and stressed very heavily, is that the patients at this facility are those in the area. Not many of us have been up to Terra Alta, but there's not a lot around. But there are families. In this facility treats many of those families towards the end of their life. And again, ones that have much higher needs that private facilities will not take care of. What the Secretary further went in to say is that the state may not be the best provider of these services to these high acuity patients. And to have the opportunity to, one, look at a third party that is experienced in this area, a third party that could then charge Medicaid and have a triple match on a federal basis, so that then they can have a better facility, have better benefits, and serve that patient with local people. Currently, the state's the one that has to pick up the whole tab here. And as I mentioned, The state lost $4.5 million last year on this facility. The facility has had less than 60% occupancy for the last 10 years. We could spend more money, but the building is not conducive to what the needs are right now. Another reason for this facility, I guess, is set to have 100 and some employees. They only have 60 right now. And part of that is the poor conditions. Lastly, I think it's the liability that could be inherent upon us as a state if something were to happen to these old facilities. And to have a private entity that is much more in tune to providing these services right now is the best thing that we can provide as a state. And, I do urge passage of the bill, and I believe it's the best thing, first for the patients, second for the employees, and then for the area. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk, prepare the machine.
The following have paired accordance with House Rule 43. Delegate Sabonia, yea. Delegate Iaquinta, nay.
Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 51 ayes, 37 nays, 12 members absent, not voting. The majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 1011.
Are there amendments to the title?
Committee on Finances amended the title.
Question for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be made effective from passage.
Gentleman 58th moves the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 70 ayes, 18 nays, 12 members absent, not voting. 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk, please report the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 113 relating to the sale of Jackie Withrow Hospital by DHHR.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill be advanced to third reading. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the constitutional rule requiring a bill to be read on 3 several days be dispensed with, and the bill be read a third time, put upon its passage.
The gentleman 58th moves that the constitutional rule requiring a bill be read on 3 several days be dispensed with, the bill be read a third time and put upon its passage. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 84 ayes, 4 nays, 12 members absent, not voting. 4/5 of the members present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule dispensed with. Clerk, please read the bill a third time.
Committee substitute for House Bill 113.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Nelson, to explain the bill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very similar to our last bill. This bill, House Bill 113, deals with Jackie Withrow Hospital in Berkeley. It's a little bit larger facility, many of the same issues, in fact, probably worse conditions than the Hopemont. We did do a committee substitute in House Finance that, in essence, had all the same language that was just in the last bill we discussed. The only difference is that this facility would require a minimum of 90 beds instead of the 60, and also must be within 5 miles of the current location. Currently, Jackie Withrow is licensed for 199 beds and uses less than 140 of those right now. Last year, we were told that the losses at Jackie Withrow, $8 million. And again, it's another building that was built years ago for another purpose. A little difference with the Jackie Withrow is they share space with corrections. And corrections, I believe, has 54 beds there, and so there was significant discussion in committee, and that there would be a joint agreement should a new facility be built, or should the patients move, that these patients in corrections would also be part of the agreement. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage for many of the same reasons, that this will help service these patients, employees, and keep it in the area.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 29th, Doug Amoy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You can stay in your seat, Mr. Chairman. I will spare you. I don't have any questions. I think they've all been asked and answered. But I will start out by saying that this bill is tremendously better than what we started with. At the same time, there are a lot of unanswered questions. Just put yourself in the shoes of an employee there. And this bill says there's going to be a severance package created, but we have no idea what's going to be in that package. None whatsoever. It could be anything. We're asking them, trust me. Just trust me. And for these patients, as been pointed out, these patients are very high acuity. The majority of these patients do not have family, and the employees are their families. And we're asking these patients to trust me. Trust the state. That's a scary thought. Trust the state. It is my hope and desire that everything the Secretary has expressed to us, he will follow through on. I hope that. But because this bill is full of uncertainties, and we are dealing with people's lives, these are the neediest of the needy. This is their home. This is the place they call home. The people that work there are their family. And we're about to uproot them. We're about to change everything for them. I hope to goodness that the Secretary follows through on what he's told us. But because this bill is still vague in what will happen to these people, I must vote against it, and I will ask you to. I think we can give them certainty.
Lady from the 51st, Doug Pleshire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think maybe I should have spoken with the last bill. You know, I was just sitting here thinking about when we sold Cole & Anderson, and that was in 1996. And we had language in there, the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Resources is directed to encourage vendors providing mental health related services for the department to hire employees at Cole & Anderson Center who laid off because of the facility's closure. In addition, notwithstanding any other hiring preference in this code to the contrary, any state employee at the Cole & Anderson Center who's laid off due to the closing of a facility shall be entitled to a hiring preference above all others for any state government positions for which that employee is fully qualified by training experience. There are not that many, well, there are people in here that were here, and that was a very tough decision for me. I voted in favor of that bill. At the time, Governor Caperton and many people thought, and I believe a lot of people think now, that those persons that were in that institution would be better off if they were in the community. But one thing we really did there was to take care of the employees. We had specific language which we could have put in this bill. I think we should do at least as much for the people at these two facilities at Hopemont and in the Berkeley area, and for that reason I'm voting no.
Further members desiring to speak before I recognize the gentleman from 35th to close. Gentleman from 35th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, just like the last, this decision to be able to take action on Jackie Withrow is first and foremost for the patients. and the employees and the area. You know, in Berkeley, there's been a high amount of turnover in this hospital, just like the other one. And, you know, it's a combination of the poor conditions of a facility, probably a lot having to do with low wages of state government, and to have an opportunity to be able to look at a new facility that's, again, built for the current needs of the patient and just as much for the employees. And I think that I know that this will give that opportunity. We heard that from the secretary, and again, the secretary has gone out of his way, he and his staff, to talk about the patients and the employees like no one I've ever seen before in my short time here in government. So I do have trust in him, and we should too. And it's the right thing for the patients, and this is the right action to take, and I urge everybody's passage of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question before the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine.
The following have paired in accordance with House Rule 43. Delegate Barrett, yea. Delegate Rowe, nay.
Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 53 ayes, 34 nays, 13 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
House Bill 113.
Are there amendments to the title? Not the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be made effective from passage.
Gentleman from the 58th moves the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk, prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 69 ayes, 17 nays, 14 members absent not voting. 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will please report the action of the House to the Senate. Bills on first reading. House will be in order. Remarks by members of the House. Gentleman from the 44th Delegate Lynch. Oh, that's it. Remarks by members of the House. Miscellaneous business. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excuse me. Lady from the 51st, Dr. Fritsch.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the comments of the delegate from the 14th District from Monday, June 12th be printed in the appendix of the journal, per his request.
Without objection, remarks be printed in the appendix of the journal. Lady from the 50th, Delegate Longstreth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that my colleague from the 50th remarks be placed in the appendix of the journal.
Without objection, remarks be printed in the appendix of the journal. Gentleman from the 13th, Dr. Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request just a brief comment to the members.
Gentleman may proceed.
I have in my possession drafted up a resolution, and rather than trying to explain it to everybody, I'd like to speak real briefly about it and then have it emailed to you. And if we have a chance tomorrow, if you'd like to sign on to it as a sponsor. Back during the revenue, the budget bill and all, there was a proposal by the governor to add a contractor service tax as a way to collect additional revenue, of which my comments to the governor himself was that I believe what we should do is enforce the laws that we have in place right now, because there is a lot, I believe, of uncollected tax money by way of the underground economy, folks in the construction industry being classified as independent contractors when they shouldn't. And I simply believe that the laws we have on the books now, if they were enforced or a way to enforce them, if we had a way to enforce them, we would collect more money than his contractor service fee would. So there's a resolution drafted up to do a study, to look at various ways, possibly public-private, to discover and collect those fees that may or may not be outstanding. So I'll try to have that emailed to you. If you'd like to take a look at it, I'll be here in the morning, assuming we're here in the morning, but I will have a sponsor sheet if you'd like to get on it. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 22nd, Delegate Eldridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to, you asked unanimous consent for the comments from the delegate from the 17th District on June 14th on the amendment to the amendment on Senate Bill 1013.
Without objection, remarks be printed in the appendix of the journal. Gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Caputo.
Would also ask unanimous consent that my friend from the 55th remarks on the 14th be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Without objection, remarks be printed in the appendix of the journal. Miscellaneous business, gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, subject to announcements, I move the House stand in recess until 7:30 p.m.
Are there announcements? Gentleman from the 35th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee of Finance shall meet, let's just say in 10 minutes, up in House Finance Committee to continue with the Parkway bill.
Further announcements? If not, the question for the House is a motion by the gentleman from the 58th that the House stand in recess until 7:30 p.m. All in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the House in recess until 7:30 p.m.
you.